Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
さて一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Well, people, good morning. Hope you've had a good week. So much for. We'll see what time the Wi-Fi, internet, not the internet. We'll see what time the power comes on Tuesday, and if not, we do Wednesday. Friday now? And I feel like half whispering because somebody is back at home after the apartment caught fire. Not as much insulation in the old parental home unit. So it's gonna take a bit to build up my big boy voice again. But yeah, turned out been gone for a couple of days. After a mild case of my actual apartment actually catching fire on Tuesday. PG&E was having their standard equipment upgrade. There's gonna be a planned outage that day, and there was. Could hear them doing their work. Then, at some point, while I had these cats laying on my back, I don't think Toasty is in frame right now. Onyx is right over there, completely off frame. Hear a pop, hear some yelling from outside. Suddenly, I start hearing the smoke detectors go off, and as I step outside into my hallway, all I see is what I assume is just dust, and I think, their work outside is getting dust into my windows. Let me close my windows. Because at that point, all it looked like, as far as I could see, dust coming in. That's what it looks like. Then I turn around, and I see fire and black smoke billowing out from behind the washers and dryers. Oh shit. So it's been a rough couple of days, a very quick couple of days. Feeling completely sore. After moving practically everything out of the apartment, because that place is practically condemned until they completely redo the wiring and, quite frankly, bring the units back up to code for human habitation. They call it getting red taped because right now, it's just completely dependent on doing enough work on the apartments to get actual people are allowed to live here, permits re-signed. Thankfully, no casualties. Most of the damage was in the utility closet where the washers and dryers were. Completely wasted. They had to go in, chop at everything and get everything out of there. To get the fire out of there, I should say. But still, you know, smoke damage to everything. And the electricity that the previous property management company had left behind was I knew it was shoddy from the moment we signed in with the previous property management company. That's why PG&E had to update in the first place. It's a miracle the place didn't catch fire sooner. But thankfully I was home, so the cats are alright. Once I realized that, oh my goodness, this is smoke, this is fire, Toasty, I was able to shove into a pet carrier, then out the door. But poor Onyx here. By the time I was trying to find him, it got very dark very fast, poor Onyx. But you were good, Onyx. You must have been so frightened, but you found yourself a corner under the bed to ball yourself up under. It's been a few days, so they're relaxed now, they're more settled in. They had to spend the entire afternoon inside their pet carriers while we pretty much moved everything from the apartment, nearly everything from the apartment, either into the car to bring here, or into the garage unit, which I better hope doesn't burn down while we're away. Because the wiring of that is also pretty shoddy. So the important thing is everybody is safe. And so right now, just wanting to relax between everything. There's gotta be things I'll have to do, people whose calls I'm waiting for. Yeah, we're all safe, Dark Sonata. And so because we're all safe and we've had a couple of days to relax, and by the look of Discord, it's finally catching up with BF2. Now that he is at work. Different versions. It's actually the exact same version, because all they've done is take the public beta 1.0.1. Okay, it's 1.0.10, but it's a decimal, damn it, it's a 0.1. And make it the public patch, the public version. So for now, I am just in a need to relax. I am feeling incredibly sore right now. Because taking all of my stuff down the stairs and out of the apartment, whether it's to the car or to the garage, was basically like being back in the army and spending all day pulling inventory, taking every single piece of equipment out of a very tightly packed container, sorting it all out, putting everything back into the very tightly packed container, it feels like. So glutes completely sore, quads completely sore, shoulders completely sore. For the lulz, I tried to do some supine bicycles and found that every single muscle group that the supine bicycle touches on was on fire. Now, because the internet here at home tends to be a little bit more spotty, since Dad died and since I moved out, I'm pretty sure that Mom did finally upgrade her Comcast. It does look a bit more modern, it plays a bit better on the tablet if I'm downstairs. But it's a bit weaker at this quarter of the house as always, so to ensure that I actually get the "Hey Dum Dum, your stream disconnected" notification, I've gone ahead and swapped the display mode from full screen to window, but still the same resolution, so it's basically just borderless full screen window anyway. So should be no difference. If anything, should be smoother. And if anything, I'm super surprised so far that the... Where are you at, bitrate? I see the trouble. My bitrate capture doesn't want to work. Either way. Really surprising thing is that so far, keeping a steady 5,000 kilobytes per second. Every time I do a speed test, either the upload or download speed becomes really, really tiny, or the ping becomes super massive. But right now it's behaving, so maybe we'll get an actual stream out of it. I'm so glad the cats are doing okay, though. The first day, of course, they were completely skittish. You know, Toasty dragged out of the house super fast, Onyx, poor baby, having to stay inside, balled up under the bed the entire time, while the fire's going, the smoke's going, while the firemen are chopping away at stuff. And right now he's just sitting right here, calmly licking his paws. I'm glad to see them settled in. Where do we leave off on Monday? We're several days behind on this, because I was thinking, okay, maybe we could do Tuesday if the power comes back on. If not, we'll do Wednesday. And here we are, warped all the way to Friday. We're glowing green, so we're at war, right? Briakulung Noble Civil War, that's right. Being neither the most pro Europa Universalis player nor the most pro Vicky 3 player, I never even touched a Vicky. My European expansion is pretty small, but I'm pretty proud of it for a first time campaign. But the last we left off, we did a bold push to take a little bit of Indonesia for future expansion prospects, more access to spices. But one of my colonies in Australia decided to have a big old noble revolt. So we're waiting on you guys to come back over. Rebelling nobles have been slaughtered. They got 0 armies to their name. So my colony here could just do the rest for me. Just a few cities and it's done. Then maybe Palembang is pretty juicy as an option. We got a little pinch over here, so we could just go across the channel. 24,000 guys, 1/10 of which is regular units. And there goes Onyx in front of me. Quickly, Onyx, quickly. Against how many here? 25,000. My 25,000 stack here of nothing but regulars is on par with Palembang's entire military. They have no allies. They have no wonderlings. So it's tempting. Because they got cloves. If we just go for this bit over there, there's more cloves for me and more iron for my colony over here. We have institution we could embrace, manufactories, scientific revolution we've embraced. We have 11 things in queue, apparently. So once those 11 things are done, we've only got 6.92% of our country aware of the military revolution. It's in us. So it's going to spread like wildfire once it hits those libraries, universities. We'll wait until my menu here finishes up. The Republic of Mondovi declared us as rival? That's pretty pathetic. Look at Mondovi. That's them. That's Mondovi right there. That's him. Just one city at the foot of the mountain. Their army can't even stand to face me. They're facing away. He's just declaring me his rival because he is a... what is it? A vassal. Thought they were a fief for a second. A vassal of France. So they know that I can't fight them without going through all of France first. We've been proclaimed the economic hegemon? That is embarrassing. There is no way that we're economic hegemon of anything. It's taken us this long to get a tax base. Not a tax rate, a tax base of 4,476. You could see how slow, stagnant progress I've been making. These used to be big jumps for me, but historically, it's like a flat line. All the big boosts I thought I was making is practically flat. There's no way. To overcome me as a great power for economics, for the hegemon of economics, a great power has to have more than 2,548 monthly income. France has a lot more than that. Great Wu has so much more than that. So I have no idea why they plopped away for a second. Produce paperwork. Cabinet action. Production efficiency, cool. It's only a 2.5, I've already got so many boosts to production efficiency. Force divert trade. How could I do that? How could I do force divert trade? France, you want to give me your trade? I don't see the option anywhere. Maybe there was a mistake of the paperwork, and they meant to give the hegemon status to Great Wu, but it got lost in the mail and ended up at me instead. Estates building so many things, fruit orchards, marketplaces, paved roads on their own. That's what I'd like to see. Paved roads out of my burgers. Rebels, Lutherans have a bit of growth, Alpine Patriots have a bit of growth. There's only 100 of them in this tiny corner of Guavadon. So rebels are nothing. Spy networks being built, 14 charters, and 0 explorers. Stagnating on explorers. Got a West Coast colony doing pretty good right now. For East and Central North America, the only real objective here is racing England out to trap them in. I didn't see anybody else colonizing in North America than suddenly massive Canada. I got complacent after pinching off France and Portugal here. So I gotta get back into the groove. What I want to do with my 17,000 monies. Colombian exchange is ongoing still. I could keep on swapping out more New World goods. We've got four chilies, 4 tobaccos, 3 mazes. Is there a need for potato? Old World consists of Europe, Asia, and Africa. So if I want to spread an Old World good, could I include cloves in that? Would it necessarily have to be... Oh. I see my stuff that I got. Because I was thinking if Old World encapsulates Asia as well, then maybe, if I get access to cloves, I can move some of those to us. And same if I grab some... Or if I can get an easy source of tea under my control, that'd be for the best. This is embarrassing. These aren't even rivals on par with me. These are the tiniest of peoples. Negroponte? They have big ambitions. They really, really want to punch upwards, whereas for me, how could I check my rivals? Would it be diplomacy? Current relations. My rivals. Country is being viewed as a rival by Bohemia. They're massive. Tunis, yeah. Ottomans, yeah. England, you know, so major players in the game, then little tiny Negroponte, little tiny Mondovi, the tiniest Savoy. My rivals are proper countries: Bohemia, Tunis, Ottomans. People with an actual presence on the map. Wu's the economic hegemon. No surprise there, as it's supposed to be. Where's my boats? All the way here. Gonna take him a while to get back on over. Everybody wants to be my rival now. Okay, none of my boats are on the verge of breaking yet here. Luckily, taking this little bit of Indonesia gives us access to pre-existing boat repair facilities. So it's easier to fix things up over here compared to my colonies in Australia. Now, do I want to take on Palembang? I've got 127 boats here. They have 170. 63 heavy ships. Carracks. I have 59. And 68 galleys. So, Carrack is from which generation, though? Age of Discovery. That is 2 generations behind. So we could take that on pretty easily, I think. So we could. Let me see. We of course have no Casus The no Casus Belli would cost 20.82 stability. So we'd be back down to 8. But we could do Exploration Casus Belli. Which I'm not sure if it actually work out, because the last time we used an Exploration Casus Belli, we took 1 step in, and that was it for the war. Court and Country is still ongoing, that's right. After 10 years, we could satisfy it. It's a disaster that forces you to choose right now between absolutism or liberalism. And it's kind of scuffed on the absolutism side. Right now it's okay for us because the only requirement we have is 60.93 crown power. Hey Onyx. As well as equal to or less than 16 privileges granted, and so on and so on. But basically these 2 things, I've looked it up, are based on what you currently have. There's no maximum to it. So if you have weak crown power, it's basically your crown power plus 20. And seemingly with a minimum of 25, I think, for how much it asks for. So if you're like me and you're at 40, getting to 60 is not unreasonable. But there's a lot of people on the Reddit who were playing the game with high crown power, and so when this pops up, it ends up asking for 80 or 90% crown power, which can be brutal to near impossible depending. And if you've already got maximum crown power, it could ask over 100. So we could try to do it, because one of the benefits is it gives you a chance of completely redoing your estate privileges if you really, really wanted to. When you rein in an estate, it basically chops away 2 or 3 random privileges, and so it gives you a chance to play the game with privileges going one direction, to give you certain values and benefits, and then you get to this point, and then you have a disaster in your country, and as a complete paradigmatic shift from a catastrophe, you could wipe out their privileges, do a clean slate, and give them privileges that give you different values and different advantages. And some would argue that that is a smarter way to play it than having one set of privileges, giving one set of values, and building towards that throughout the game. That you should play one way in the early game, and then get to this, and then flip everything over completely for the second part of the game. But as of right now, there's not really anything I want to take away from my estates. The privileges they have are privileges I've given them because they're privileges I like them to have. So I think I'll be satisfied for this playthrough with simply waiting for 10 years, getting nobility to 57.54 satisfaction, getting my 50 liberalism, and then done. But then again, the benefits of getting high crown power is also pretty nice. I could also just wait out the 20 years. .06 for inflation change? No. That's just how much he's giving. We'll vote yes, because we have to vote yes on everything, otherwise we'll just keep on pushing the same issue. If I can push through here, right? If I can get a couple over before England can. Though we could squeeze out this direction, that direction. Who's that over there? Bohemia! Bohemia is trying to spread. Trying to sneak in. Bohemia, Roanoke. They're getting bold on me. The Little Ice Age. Recent years have hosted a series of winters far harsher than usual. Crop failure, starvation, and the encroaching cold have made life of the kid of Italy a challenge. In the midst of this, our farmers have begun noticing lesser returns from their harvest, as granaries run dangerously low. The people know not what sin has caused such divine wrath. Do they not read their Bible? The whole point of the Noah's Ark thing, and that you get the rainbow at the end, is that disasters won't be coming for their sins anymore. But alas, we remain hopeful that the sun will return to its full glory. Have we considered human sacrifice? We're not doing human sacrifice, and yet we still expect the sun to rise. Marked by a series of cooling periods that affected much of the northern hemisphere, the beginning of the Little Ice Age was likely triggered by a combination of factors, including reduced solar activity, increased volcanic eruptions, and changes in ocean currents. As the temperatures dropped, longer and harsher winters took over, resulting in unique events such as freezing of the Thames in London, coinciding with the volcanic winter triggered by the eruption of Huayna Patina. We had that one earlier, that event. In combination with the famines across Europe, this period is known for some of the lowest temperatures in several centuries. Could we get one of these right now? These little ice ages. Winters will last longer. Food supplies will suffer as famines and shortages will likely appear during this period. Cool. And we've researched the Constitution. We can have one more government reform. Autocratic parliament or constitutional parliament. A new philosophical concept called constitutionalism has developed. The government accepts legal limits to its power. Huh. Okay, so Senato was 4 years ago. We could change our parliament type. Right now we have an estate parliament. Okay, music is getting wonky, but the bitrate's still stable. That's the important thing. Which basically just permits clergy and burghers in the parliament, alongside the nobility. Hence the colors here, blue, white, and yellow in equal accord. And I think the kind of parliament you have, it doesn't say here, but I think it does affect other different things you could be permitted. Constitutional Parliament gives 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium across the board. Minus 25% Parliament request issue support needed. From 50 to 25, that cuts it in half. We could ask for law changes, or for casus bellis, and end up with enough left over to easily pass the Senato. Commoners, burghers, clergy, and nobility each get a plus 25% agenda impact. I don't see any downside. Clergy and burghers allowed in Parliament. What I have right now, clergy and burghers allowed. So it's basically a state parliament, but better. No parliament. Well, damn, man. If you do autocratic, we get 25% crown power, clergy and burghers still allowed, and we get points towards absolutism. The issue with separated powers is that many urgent actions for the government can easily be locked in bureaucratic chaos and dragging discussions. Power of the state must be focused in the hands of the sovereign to ensure the success of our country. Now, I don't mind getting more constitutional here. Authority of the ruler must be regulated while power and justice are in the hands of the people. The constitutional system, the role of the masses, is significantly expanded. But I still get to be king. That's the important thing. Let's spend the 50 legitimacy. Legitimacy is also a currency to be spent. Now we could go completely breads and circuses though. We could do a constitutional parliament with a very autocratic monarchy. The plug for my charging cable, where it's supposed to plug into my tablet. For a brief second, dipped into my hot chocolate earlier. And so now, I'm hoping it's not dead, but it's being very stubborn about actually charging my tablet right now. The light goes on, but I don't see the charge. I've had the worst luck with plugs with this thing this entire year. What if I got some alcohol? Alcohol is a common thing to clean electrical connectors, right? What if I put it upside down? If I put it upside down, maybe the pressure and the weight will get it charging? No? Well, that's just great. The light turns on, but nobody's at home. Oh well. Strengthening government. Let's spend some more money to get my legitimacy back up. Because people are unhappier if I have lower legitimacy. If I have under 50, they get a penalty. Cost of court back up. I want the full integer. So I'm going to happily lose money month after month. Let me see if there's anything special for Little Ice Age. And requirement is just 1715. We gotta survive until 1715. We can expand provincial food production. The selected province gains it for 10 years. The location of the highest food raw material production of the same province also gets expanded raw material output for 10 years. It'll be fine. It's just minus 25, minus 25 to local food capacity and local food production. Intercolonial trade. Establishing colonial subject overseas has allowed us to expand our trade while remaining in control, importing goods from lands that are essentially under Italian rule. As long as we supply our colonies with what they need, they have no reason to start putting gold in the hand of our enemies. Sadly, the settlers sometimes have a different opinion from our king on what exactly it is they need. They have thus began to trade with neighboring colonies and natives. Circumventing the trade barriers we establish to protect our nation's interest. This clearly benefits the settlers, but whether it benefits us is highly doubtful. Societal value towards mercantilism. They're subjects of Italy. Our interests must override theirs. They are a part of Italy. What is in their best interest benefits us too. +2 towards free trade. Alright. We don't actually lose anything. Oh yeah, more government reform. I forgot about that. 5 out of 6. And in the other tree, we can get another +1. What would I want? We could do Admiralty regime again. Thessalocracy, shipbuilding speed, maritime trade advantage, progress towards naval +1. 0.1. Agricultural cultivation, now that we've got the Little Ice Age, get a +20 to counteract the -25. Peasant land inheritance. Even the lowliest commoners a right to inherit and continue using the lands of the forefathers. Gain free subjects and tax efficiency. Tax efficiency 10%. What's my current tax efficiency anyway? 27.5? It straight up adds on to it. 2.5 plus 10 plus 5 plus 10 is 27.5. Tax efficiency is pretty good. So, peasant land inheritance is in the maybe pile. Max literacy and innovative, also pretty nice. We could squeeze in some more loyal subjects. Foreign building costs, diplomatic and trade range and free trade. Exchange of ideas. 5% monthly research progress, institution growth, and innovative. At this point, I'd basically just be getting it for the monthly research progress. Culture capacity and free subjects. Cheaper infantry by 3%. Nah. Point 1, monthly naval tradition, naval supply output, naval progress, tax efficiency 5%, cultural tradition and progress towards inward. Autocracy now gives absolutism, not just aristocracy. Okay, so putting the tablet upside down just makes it flip over. Not a good idea after all. Where's some... I mean... It's not still sticky, this little plug. I wiped it off as best as I could. If this plug is just dead, that'll be rather disastrous for me. It was charging earlier. I saw it do it. Oh well. Now, I guess for my brother using this room when I was out, there is a rather large monitor kept here, so if I could find some HDMI, maybe I can do this 2-monitor setup style. Imagine accidentally falling into the 2-monitor life instead of monitor plus a little cheap tablet. Exchange of ideas. Or 10%. 10% tax efficiency. Reforms are supposed to be things that truly define the nation, right? Given the high illiteracy we have here, maybe we'll be defined by our exchange of ideas. Proximity through ports. Proximity through port and monthly development on coasts. Legislative efficiency, plutocracy, parliament-based support. We could swap that out if we really wanted to. National assemblies, innovative and free subjects, royal decrees, monthly progress to absolutism. Okay. I think we're in an alright place for now. Maya Ab, out from France, giving me more Mayan areas. Now, who currently dislikes me the most along my vassals? Owambo is very disloyal. Owambo, how come? Age of Absolutism gives a -10, Centralization -12. Country strength of all colonial nations, receiving divert trade. What about others that aren't at -6 though? Like Tsushima's got much of the same. They are not receiving diverted trade yet. Havana's at 3.8 though. It kind of feels like the longer my colony is going on, the more dishappy they are with me. Because it's definitely my older colonies that are more disloyal. Fakarava Noble Civil War. That's all the way down here. They haven't given themselves boats yet. 0 boats versus 0 boats. If only we kept the local Pacifica people as a majority population, we could have relied on our rich maritime tradition of sailing across the Pacific. This will complete in April next year. Good hot cocoa. Cold hot cocoa. Alright. Game speed went to 3 because the war started. Now dare I go against France? They're still allied, sadly, to Castile and Bohemia. I don't feel like going against France and Castile and Bohemia. It's basically me against continental Europe. Swabia is getting gobbled by Bohemia. First War of Scotland aggression. Alba going after Swabia? Maybe if continental Europe is gonna be such a wall of alliances to oppose me, maybe I should go further east. Maybe I should go more into the land of the Greeks and Ottomans instead. Thinking that one thing I might want to do is start absorbing some of my colonies here. They're far away, but I could probably make use of controlling Havana directly. Naval range is pretty awesome right now, so it wouldn't be the most impossible thing trying to get some control over there. Senato possible. So what do you want to do? Expand mining operations. Marble, marble, iron, marble, marble, alum, tin, in Grenoble. Diplomatic reputation, then 5 diplomats. Castile, Sweden, and Viceroyalty Moyanogowe. Gain 50 opinion. Training fields, barracks infrastructure. I'm already draining cash. How's my manpower now? Maximum manpower 109,000. Market expansion. Russia merchants 10 years. Burger trade capacity. And cheaper trade maintenance. I feel like it might be a foolish decision, but I'm gonna need more manpower. Let's do barracks infrastructure. It'll cost a whole lot of money. I got a whole lot of money. 37%. We haven't got the, what was it? No, we did switch our parliament type, yeah? Oh, I see them. It's only 15% now to ask for these things, because it's minus 25% from these. We still need the 50%. Contain many factories. Reduce opinion for 24%. With Bohemia? Bohemia already hates me. Change of policy to secularize the state. I tried that already. All it does is make the clergy hate me, and right now there won't be all that much advantage to it. Alright, we got spies too we gotta spend. Great Wu, who hates me for all the spies I've been stealing, or the maps I've been stealing. So I don't think they're going to allow me to put trade companies on them right now. Korea area. That's more Dai Viet. We got more tea around here. It's pretty tea rich, especially on this band. So how's Dai Viet looking? 219,000, consisting of 35,000 infantry regulars, 4,800 cavalry, 8,475 cannon, and they got chambered cannon too. An elephant auxiliary. So they'd be rough to go against. They're not putting the tea any place easy for me to grab. Minus 70, how come? Antagonism 63, Hegemon, different primary culture. We could work on that. Because they got tea. Maybe I can get them to like me. Improve opinion. Could improve by 173. Or up to 173. Colony of Canada declared us their rival. Cute. Getting a whole lot more rivals than previously. Portugal's given us Limpopo. It's tempting to let some of my colonies go. Because some of these were more for the benefit of just branching out and hopping along to the next place. Who's grown up? Roberto? Little son Roberto, 53, 60, and 59. My eldest two? Let's make him 53, 60, and then 69. Join Foreign Order of Chivalry. Nice. Now who's he gonna marry? No countries want to royal marry into him. Because we don't have a diplomat. Oh, that's it? Okay, what if we wait? A CC, we get 5 prestige and 5 support. $67 now. If we ask for something, that'll drop it to 52%. Should I try to get a claim on somebody else here? Thessaly belongs to Hungary, sadly, so we can't go against them. I mean, I could, but I'd rather not. I like them better as allies than enemies. Negroponte is currently nobody's vassal. So we could try to wipe them out. Or of course we could go after the Ottomans again. They're no longer allied to Georgia, that'll make it slightly easier. They got no allies. They got no allies right now. They got 67 boats, and because this fleet here is basically in a hot zone of Ottoman activity once wars start, it's not just light fleets, it's light ships. Plus galleys, plus heavies. And of course it has the worst balance right now. 979-2. So maybe these guys will be safe if war starts. We could go after the Ottos again. Dare I do another Ottoman war? What do we get? More wheat, livestock, copper. If we try to go over, double the lumber, some fish. And of course more people to try to rebel against me. Let's start small. Fabricate Casus Belli. Negroponte is an option, Ottoman's an option. We can, evidently, get one for the Papal States now. We couldn't before. Okay, let's bully Tiny Negroponte. Minus 15.03 support of the Senato. Drops me all the way back down to 52. Which means we could get multiple Casus Bellis. If we change policy, no. Contain manufactories. Sure, I don't need it right now. So we could get another Casus Belli right this moment. On the Ottomans for where? Dardanelles? On Edirne? Evros? Lower Macedonia? Chalkidiki? We could also try to take these pieces back. The Hungarians were happy enough to siege them down, so I couldn't claim them. Though technically, all I would really have to do is we could siege down on their capital. We could ask for their capital in the war, in the Casus Belli right. And we could drop our guys immediately on their capital, and that'll be war goal taken, and that'll be capital taken, and then taking war score from me immediately. But then I wouldn't necessarily have to take their capital. I could ask for everything else, and then be merciful and allow them to hold it. Yeah? Yeah? That sounds like a devious plan to me. Two Casus Belli, and we still have 53% support in the Senato. You like that? The music just started, but because I paused so I could check on these, it faded away for a sec. Casus Belli. Parliament approved claims on province. And then we'll just take them out. Mongolian Orthodox leader now. Cool. Heir to Bulgaria, Polotsk, and Ryazan. There's a few guys popping up over there. A further 5 prestige, 5 support. Now let me build some. Hostile naval attrition and hostile disembark time modifier. I can't put one here? No need to build a coastal fort, we could build a naval battery. Okay, naval battery instead. Cannot build it in a rural settlement. Damn it! Let's put a few of these around here. Because you know how I like to go for cities. And then put some castles around to further discourage them. Every island a castle. Yes, I could also put one on cities in particular. But I think we're alright. Just doing it as is. Burgers pleased. Sent us a small gift to remind us of why this is good. 7,000 monies. And 10 satisfaction, also very cool. Very chill music for a very chill war. Just hanging out, sitting. A diplomat from Genoa been discovered while building a spying network. So sometimes even I can get the events. That's how it looks on the other side, huh? "118 defenders. Take them! Our projection 5. Following through on threat. They're never gonna follow through. What if there was a prestige loss? As if prestige loss even means anything anymore. What if there was a prestige loss to not following through on threat if we have the opportunity? Music, you okay? Because while this Wi-Fi seems remarkably stable for doing stream, I don't think it could safely do stream plus YouTube playlist. Oh, you can see them sleeping over there. There's Toasty. There's Onyx. Toasty's even sleeping with his paw over his face like this. I'm very glad they're alright. Toasty was very good, spending practically the entire day in his pet carrier very quietly, whether it was on the yard waiting for the fire to be put out, or in the car waiting for us to finish packing and moving everything. And Onyx must have been so brave hiding under that bed. Okay, now people want to marry into me. We could marry into Castile, 29 years of age. She's in line for the throne. 80, 83, and 52. But she's 13 years older than my boy. Croatia. 100, 181. Can marry to Muscovy. Grand Princess Erne Rakivita. She is the ruler of Muscovy and Vladimir. Huh. Our son could inherit that way. Could marry to Croatia. 100, 181's pretty sexy. We'll keep our interests closer to home. Coalition against Bohemia weakened. Come on, it's my colonists. So, these guys are basically wiped out already. Would they be willing to let me just take on everything? 56, 24, 47, 44, 42, 39, 12. We could finish this right now. Take out of Negroponte. And some extra lunch money. Has nothing more to lose, a country would disappear. So be it. And let's do some integration. Hey Onyx. You done taking a nap, baby? Where you want to go? You want to sit next to me? You want to sit over here, Onyx? Oh, look at you being so cute, baby. Hey, little guy. Do you want to roam around the house some more, Onyx? Come here, let me pick you up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there you go, baby. You just want to be held, Onyx? I was very worried for this guy. But of course I was, because I couldn't find you, Onyx. The smoke was getting dark. Even with my phone on, my flashlight on, I couldn't find you through the smoke. Calling out to you, I could hear you meowing. And then having to wait until the firemen were finished. A very nice policeman went in before it was safe for me to go in. Looked around for you, said I couldn't find him, but I think I heard him meowing. And then some hick working with PG&E earlier was like, "I'm gonna cat in there?" Yeah. He did. He was very much not deed. Thankfully, little Onyx. Isn't that right, Onyx? You deed? No. You want that? I know what you want, Onyx. It's after 11. You want to be fed, right? You want your num-num? Your dad gave you your 6 o'clock? And now you want your 11 o'clock, don't you? What if I gave you both some wet food? Huh? You want some wet food, Onyx? Toasty, you want some wet food too? What's it gonna be today? Ocean, whitefish, and tuna in sauce. Come on, Onyx. We'll get you yours over here. Excuse me, Toasty. So, Stevenson, Onyx's dish. Are you guys swapping dishes again? Then who wants this dish? Onyx, you want this dish? Here you go, Onyx. I guess you guys are swapping dishes today. Go ahead. Go ahead. Eat up. Spoiling them a little, given what they've gone through. Yeah, Neopatris. And let's bring these guys to the correct area to load up. Hey, we're at 59 again. Progress to absolutism, the more legitimacy we have. Maybe I should give up on it. Maybe I should just keep having absolutism instead of going for liberalism. Hit an army from adjacent sea zones. He cannot see my ships and armies in Constantinople, ready to jump across to Bursa. I got 5 years to prep for him. Current value 0.57 naval. So right now I got nothing to worry about. Navy size gives a 0.1, Navy maintenance gives a 0.05, Army maintenance 0.05, Army size is only 0.04. My worry is always that Army size might get so much that I lose naval progress. But since I have such a head start, we'll do 1, 2, 3 cannon. Three for cannons. Then pikemen. And that'll be so much. That's pretty much all my money. 15,000 monies down the drain to make a whole lot of armies. I don't gotta use this war against Ottomans right away. I got time for it. Eton? New Spain. Oh, Spain's actually got a colony down here too. Fruits, cocoa, chili, the bastards got themselves some new world goods. Is spreading pretty far up here too. Who's over here? Pikeman? It's taken so long for Nambibe to form. To get a little bit of access to Ivory here, given the somewhat higher population. Bohemia is trying to spread out even further. They got a little bit of the coast, and now they're trying to exploit it. Hey, Toasty. Oh, did he eat all the food, Toasty? Just had enough? Onyx is still working on his, Toasty. Onyx must have been really hungry. But not you, Toasty, not so much. Let's see, Toast. It's been an hour 29 of stream. When I take my BRB, Toasty, then I'll open the door, let you guys explore a bit more, okay? You've got your own water, Toasty. It's right there below me, I can see it. Toasty, hold on, Onyx. Onyx, you had a whole lot. Here, Toast. See, Toasty, your dish was over here, baby. You took Onyx's food, and now he's eating yours. There you go. There's the rest. I could try going for Palembang. They haven't really improved their military. Though tech-wise, they're still on even terms with me. Miniyami. The minus 50,000. Not losing people, just allowing them to be their own colony. I'm still losing so much money per month. The sacrifices I make, just boosting out my legitimacy as fast as I can. So, Southern Vancouver couldn't join around here, but this bit so far out is able to just hop on in. Toasty, no, don't put your paws in my water. You got water right down there, baby. You got water right there. Here, how about this? I'll pour my water into your water. See? My water just went in your fountain, Toasty. Go on, if you're thirsty, drink that. Bit of red there. No, that's just their own. Global Italian supremacy. I don't need to control everything. In fact, it's probably making it more difficult for me by having so much under my own control. 40 and 40 again. More maps, please. Okay, let's get this little bit over here. Chota Nagpur has iron, lumber. The tea is so jealously guarded right now. Competent diplomacy. For 10 years. Diplomatic reputation, more diplomats. One 28-4. No. 11-11-11. Good enough. And here's my war fleet. Let's bring this war fleet over here. The whole thing's off on this end to keep their fleets from coming on through. Although, the Ottomans aren't really going to be bringing fleets on over from this way anymore. So, it'd probably be wiser putting them someplace around here and just intercepting their transports where we can. We got more coastal naval batteries places. So, it'll take longer for folks to embark and disembark. Canada hates us because they ain't us. $14,000. I'm going to need a fair bit more if I want to face more of them on our own terms. Because they got 105,000 total with their levies too. Individually, regular versus regulars, we beat them. But they're also willing to throw their own people's lives again. Oh, they got the Georgians back on. Alliance with Georgia again. Wait. Oh yeah. Ottoman flag is a 3 moons in green. Which I keep mistaking with... It feels a bit more African with the green in it for some reason. The Georgians don't dislike us. Minus 189 to ally with Georgia. Italy's... Oh. If it wasn't for that, it'd just be at 89. Mostly from likely targeted coalition. "62 Georgians and 29 Solomenskians. A country that has called it towards a co-belligerent will be able to call its own allies into war. Great. So, we be going against Solomensk too? And me with no ally. Hungary, you sure? They love me in Hungary. But minus 128. We got time. It doesn't have to be right now. We could do our Palembang campaign for now then. Let's see how they look fort-wise. They got a fort here, and a fort in Palembang itself. So, we could march straight to Palembang and take their capital. Hey, Toasty, coming up. Gonna finish your food, Toasty? Our cats look very satisfied now that they got some wet food in them. We take Palembang, but then all I'll ask for is this bit down here, Lampung, maybe over here too. Basically places that will give me cloves. Cloves, iron, and lumber and clay would be resources and the means to produce for themselves. There's also tin that would be useful for me. Well, that could be a separate affair. Also more cloves out here too. But I'll have to go against Majapahit for that. Very thirsty cat at my feet. How about I wait until my economy gets a little bit back under control first? Guale. I'll say no for now. We'll put Guale with Bulbancha. Which I can't do because I'm at war. Right. Easy, Toasty. I got a C2, Toasty. You guys want to go outside? You guys want to explore the house for a little right now? We could take an early BRB if you want, Toasty. He's being very good. The keyboard's right there. And, his paw was basically bouncing in the air over it. He was trying very hard not to step on it, weren't you, Toasty? Boys, there's so much desk. You don't gotta be right in front of me, the both of you. And there Onyx goes for Toasty's food again. You guys that hungry? You especially, Onyx? Bohemia's risen up again as a number 2 hegemon. How fucking dare he? 1221 versus 1194. What's he done to get ahead again? Holy Roman Empress of the Holy Roman Empire. From subjects 150. From subjects 229. The Big Mustard Blob is the new boss of Europa Universalis. I would say maybe I should fight them, but they do have France against. Ruhr is considered co-belligerent. But then what determines making a co-belligerent or not? Because France isn't, so France won't be able to call in Castile, but it's still Bohemia plus France. Plus Kiev, plus Ruhr, wherever they are. Over there. And then all of Kiev's allies. Which right now is Solomensk and Norway. I thought we had good relations with the Norwegians. Coalition. Coalition still would call those guys as co-belligerents too. Great. But on the plus side, Medici and Vesla, I'd have a couple of banks joining in the war with me. Woo. Who? Colony of River Dakel. Well, it won't be too hard finding the Georgians. Just gotta keep a fleet over here to keep them off. They've only got 72 boats. Some heavies, some galleys, some transports. Solomesk is gonna be a problem. They don't have boats right now. But mostly if they do get over here, it'd be more annoying things at the edges. Oh, look at all that blue here. Makes a bit of sense having my army maintenance now if I'm not actively at any important war. Economic policy law. Let's see what I can do with this. Embrace economic theory. would give monthly inflation minus 0.05, which means it could mint more and still make money. I could mint more and not make as much inflation. I could even lose deflation. Bank interest don't care about. Free trade is trade advantage. Progress was free trade. Lockean proviso. Then it's property appropriation by requiring that when someone claims unknown resources, there must be equally valuable resources available for others. Government moderates this balance and ensures that private property acquisition does not deprive others of their equal opportunity to gain wealth. 5% more raw material, 0.002 monthly development. Cheaper navies, trade and maritime advantage, war economy. Economic security of the state is based on our ability to wage and win wars. Many factories at our state should have no other purpose in fueling our military ambitions. Army maintenance cheaper, weapon, firearm, and cannon output plus 10%. Easy Onyx. Economic theory, maybe? 0.05% monthly inflation is 0.05% monthly inflation. Then again, trade advantage 10% and more progress to free trade. What's our current modifiers, so and so? Towards free trade, our trade is giving 0.05. Unlimited export 0.02. Cabinet influencing 0.23. Number of market centers is giving me more mercantilism. Number of market centers is a really rough barrier. So maybe I should give some help that way. An extra 0.1. Easier access to foreign goods and ducats. Mercantilism is cheaper maintenance, worse trade efficiency, better market protection, export costs for market for foreign traders. Trade advantage, trade efficiency. I mean, those right there are very good things together and alone. I say let's do it. Let's help out the free trade. States are still building so much. Paper workshops, lazarettos are making themselves. Universities, nice. Getting Mozambique off the Papal States. Tamil. We have the Indians colonizing into Africa now. We squeeze these guys on. 14,000, we can in fact squeeze them onto our warships here. No, this is the transports we got. I forgot. Forgot we swapped them over. So... immediate goal is getting onto their capital. And I'll still have to kick so much ass, too. So maybe we'll start by going here. Take their capital. And then we'll see about spreading as needed. $50,000. Oh, that's gonna be so much. Quarrelsome nobility. Meet them with sword in hand to get absolutism. Or meet their demands to get liberalism and lose some legitimacy. Well... that gets me the minimum liberalism and the nobility happiness to finish this off once the 10 years finished next year. Next year it's done. And then we can go absolutism max all the way. Who's in my feet? Onyx? I do have loads of armies, so even if I have to fight against Bohemia and France and Castile, we could put a big stack up over here, a big stack over here, boats to clear out any potential fleets that might come through. And so we could force them onto our winter castles. I feel happy with Hungary at my back, though. Onyx. This one drawer here doesn't really have a back to it, so Onyx likes to climb inside and then bump at the door. Hey, Onyx. Hey, baby. Yeah? The door bumps over this way, Onyx, didn't you know? That's all that's over there, Onyx, is just over here. The frost has been upon us for quite some time. The harvest seems ever shrinking in the eyes of the local peasantry, as the many granaries run out of produce at an alarming rate. The latest victim to an outbreak of famine is Terra di Lavoro. As summer shortens, grains in need of sunlight fail to produce the same volume as prior years. It would be wise to attempt to alleviate the situation, lest we risk misfortune or disease spread uncontrollably. Such as the price we pay, prosperity drops, 1 year of short harvest. Compensate I don't have 4,000 right now. Based on the percentage of food currently stockpiled in the granaries of Terra di Lavoro, food relief? Okay, that I'm alright with. Principato Ciccio lose 217.5 food due to a lack of road and the distance between Napoli and Vallo. And Vallo? We don't have road in Vallo? Now, proximity-wise, is nearly 100% at 73. But we never did put a road onto Vallo. There's just enough proximity latently without the need for it. Oh well. I would say let's build some roads over, but it's expensive, isn't it? 358. Base cost of 373. Base cost 25. Multiply by 14.25 to the following scale reasons. Distance plus 1,495. It's just right over. What is mountains is a thing. We got mountains here. That's the closet, Onyx. Why are you scratching at the closet door? You silly? $16.50. We have 3 years now. Dare I do 2 wars? We can do one on Palembang, and then turn around on the Ottomans. Here, for now. We'll decide on that when I come back. The cats clearly want time to explore, since Onyx is desperate enough to scratch on the closet of all things. Come on, Onyx. I know you guys are getting a little bit stir-crazy, so let's take some time and give the cats some fun. Then we'll come back and do war stuff. Let's see if I can find some tape quick. Oh well, guess I'm just not charging my tablet then. So quiet, where's the music? Was it like 20 minutes no music the entire time? Sorry, Onyx. Okay. Oops. Got multiple cats going through my legs right now. The busy life of a cat dad. Okay, let's start with this. We got... three more years for the claim on the Ottomans. Let's start with Palembang. We'll march from Lumpur to Palembang and wait there. I don't see their boats. So who knows where their fleet is right now. They're not fighting anybody. They got a couple of enemies. And they're not ready for me. No Casus Belli, Casus Belli. Let's do a save. A cheeky little save first. Since we haven't had one in a while. Who even needs good stability? Back down to 15. 15's pretty good. Oh yeah. I think I might want some actual army maintenance right now. Get more noble tax. Tax as much as I can get. And maybe I'll do my minting for a bit, just get more into the green. We'll just max it back out. 0.31 is a maximum for how much inflation per month I get. We'll get back to 10% inflation. We'll take here first, so we do have some nearby land to offer a subsistence. There's all of them. Where are they coming? To Balok Bay? We're still not getting so much morale just sitting there. So let's head here before they could hire their mercenaries. Our espionage systems performing and our agents have found new ways to spy on people. Enhanced spies 10 years, excellent. Morale keeps draining so quickly. It's slowly coming up. Slowly equalizing. An end to hostilities between court and country. The period of widespread obstruction of authority of the provinces has finally come to an end. The way we handle this crisis will shape the way the local power structures interact with the government of Napoli for the foreseeable future. Work together, lose 5 legitimacy. Napoli court is devastated. Plus 20 towards liberalism and lose 25 legitimacy. $25 legitimacy to knock me back down to the 50s. Now granted, that will bring me up to 74.68 liberalism. Upwards of 5. Estate satisfaction equilibrium. 20 culture capacity. Parliament request issue support needed. Minus 10. So it'll be minus 7 for us. And about 3 extra estate satisfaction. The benefits feel really small. Pops will join rebels easier. For a little bit of culture capacity. Maybe I do want that doubled crown power, after all. Because these are pretty small bonuses. What you guys doing? Want a bit of this cream, Onyx? A bit of this whipped cream? Toasty, you want a little too? Here, Toasty. Don't be jealous, Onyx. You got some first, now Toasty got some second. And see, Onyx, you could finish off the finger that you were licking earlier. They're like kids, I gotta make sure they understand that they're getting an even amount. They're getting an even amount. I'm not. I'm getting as much as I can. We'll just say work together for now. Important thing is, the event is done. Where'd they run off to? They just vanished on me. Plus 7%. I'm gonna do it, my guys are starving. And now they are not. There's a bit over here, a city that's not protected. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to take that away. Then again, Palembang, this is all their infantry, cavalry, artillery. Christiana Pieta, sure. Automatic yes to everything. Lost 1,000 of us, though. Alright, that's only 7% so far, taking their capital. We could white peace out, but what about? -3, -5. Cloves over here, cloves over there. Some lumber. Some clay, -36. -45 to take just this much. 46. I don't mind starting with just this much. Get some cloves under my control. Some lumber and iron for their needs. Onyx is watching me drink my hot cocoa with such intensity. Musi is right there. Just sit on Musi for a bit. And there's all the rest of them! They completely undid Palembang instantly. That's a bit cheaty. This is gonna kill so many of my dudes. 3,000, 7,000. And of course, we can't replenish here. I'm surprised the surroundings aren't being taken over, because that's within zone of control for here. And we've taken the capital for Palembang. For Olgan, it looks like. I don't see any other city in Olgan. Onyx, Onyx, don't mess with the camera, Onyx. I know that you like your whisker scritches, but the cable for my camera is not it. Little Luigi. Okay, now we got all that. 13%. I could keep sitting here. They're basically subject to me right now. Filippo's old enough to marry. My other son. 56, 70, 54. So compared to my eldest, who's at 50, 60, 69, he could be at 50, 70, 69. This would be slightly better. "31 years of age." So our only options: middle-aged Castile, tiny bit of Lorraine. No, there's Lorraine. Or Muscovy. So who else is it? There's Brema, all the way up there. 39 to 46. They're Lutherans, though. Elodia. That's not in Africa, right? Nubian. Okay. I don't see them, but I see their highlights. 23 to 51. Lundberg is a no. 42 to 44, it's almost there. Okay then. Maybe we'll marry Filippo to someone more local. Marry a noble. There's a few girls around his age. 69. 43, 41. Bashakui Kamdishepo has enough administration to overcome his own. They can cover each other's weaknesses. Calvinist, though. So stat-wise, everybody is basically middling. Maka, Siklalam, Haisla. Alright. Now, with the current war score, we can manage -31 still. What if I cut it down a bit? No difference there. If I took out a city, -6, -3. Which would mean losing... Oh, but it's cloves there, though. I want the cloves. One clove isn't enough. I gotta pretty much guarantee it. There's not really any ticking war score for a war of aggression like this. So if I want that, and if I want the lumber a bit beyond, %31%. I can head over here to lure them out, and then pop back over the second that they show up again. Portuguese maps giving me more of the South African coast I've been neglecting. Kingdom of Alva's giving me Prince Edward Island. Has there even been a Prince Edward yet? I feel inspired to look it up. Prince Edward Island. Two small, uninhabited subarctic volcanic islands in the southern Indian Ocean. Wrong one. Island province of Canada, smallest province both area and population. Highest population density in Canada. Historically, islands formed an integral part of the Mi'kmaq homeland, Mi'kmaqi, comprising one of the district, Epekwit, I think? My pronunciation is butchered for any language on Earth. (1604), colonized by the French, colony of Acadia, became known as Ile Saint-Jean, St. John's Island. Ceded to British, conclusion of the 7 Years' War, 1763, became part of Nova Scotia. 1769, St. John's Island became its own British colony. Its name was changed to Prince Edward Island in 1798. So who is Prince Edward? Which Prince Edward? Named after Prince Edward, the Duke of Kent and Strathearn, 1767 to 1820. So no, Prince Edward isn't even a sperm in his father's eye yet. Inflation. 9, one more month. Cahokia has joined the coalition, huh? Well, we're slowly beating out the English here. Very barely. And there's all of them, where are they headed? Will arrive in Palembang? They better not be instantly erasing it again. And they're fucking instantly erasing it, come on! 4-1. I know I don't have anybody... I haven't set my armies to autofill garrison. The AI is too smart. The AI knows that they could just automatically assault and get what they want. I mean, I guess I know that too. I don't have to reload this. Because I could just gut their armies and come back around again. But what's a few months? Hey, Onyx. You want to come through this way, Onyx? Though I've cleared it up, Onyx. You don't want to come over? Just want to sit there and stare at me, Onyx? Okay. Could you find me some tape, Onyx, because my charger is no longer charging for my tablet? He turned away, shunned. And here I've given you so many foods and snacks, Onyx. Okay, well the game is gonna take a while to load up. Let's see if there's anything new on these sides. Nothing new there. It's after 12. How's a vote for Dang Movie Night going? Mystery on Monster Island, beating out Blues Brothers by 1 vote. Perhaps I should vote this week. Pull my caught in a burning apartment card. Okay, so we're only half a year away. Half a year is not that much. We know that at some point their troops are gonna march in while I'm busy here. Yeah, and there they are. Well, now this time, you see that? I erase history, and it ends up going worse for me. So I've gone from one Lhasa Palembang earlier on in the year, where okay, we lose it, we finish up this occupation, march on over, kick their butts, take it back. I guess because I abandoned the siege of this one city, so I didn't have the food stockpile. I don't know, I don't think that's it. How's the balance? It could be we just got lucky the first time, and the balance is really fucked right now, and the balance is okay. So I think it is just a matter of holding on to this for the food, and then heading over. These guys are just super fast. And it's not just for assaulting the forts. It seems the AI also knows how to assault on cities, because I can't siege down cities as fast as they do. They got some magic going. It takes them like 3 days or so. But for me, it's more like 13 days. Margarita this time, oh. My little Luigi is now just a margarita. So let's pause here. Maybe while they're still broken. I can't even lure them out either because they're so fast when it comes to assaulting this place. It's only got a max level of what? 187 guys. 187 guys won't take so much from me. Refill garrison, garrison refilled. Yeah, so we're doing okay. Maybe do some fort maintenance. Put a few guys extra in. And now they can't just instantaneously take Palembang back over. Oh, they got actual boats out here now. Just gutted them. 11 extra transport boats for me, very nice. Thank you very much. Musi Hilir swapped away real quick. Lalana's over there. Musi Hilir's here, separated by Tenggulang. But maybe they got proximity by sea? It does count them in Lalanne's zone of control, somehow. Hey, Onyx. Onyx coming right back around the front way. Come over, Onyx. Come on. And then over the tablet he goes. %18% means I cannot get all the things I want. Because that's a -12 instantly. That one doesn't matter. 15, 17. So what to try to do? We could go down this way then. Oh, I see. They're being undone because the town over there is taken and that's their capital. So if I want to maintain this, I gotta take Lalanne. They're smart. They have a castle offset from the capital. Religious war casus belli, really. Going to Musi, they'll probably head back to Palembang. Oh, they got a little bit of a land there is why. That counts as a land border, despite being... I see. There's a very faint ghost of a dotted line, of a dashed line. It's very faint, but it's there. Wait for a sec. Then go for the kill. It's getting pretty close. We're losing lots of guys still. 25%. They'll let us now at least. That's everything we gotta do, so I can finish off this war here, lose all of my manpower and recovery. Could I get anything else while I'm here? Salt and fish? Maybe get some saltpeter into us? That's a bit too much. Getting Manana as well? Okay. Except they don't so much mind here and there, but they draw the line once the salt is taken. 26, 3, 0.08. So it's just a lot less productive here than it is there. That's a lot of their economic activity. Good. What if I make a different subject type here instead of just economy? Because my understanding is that the different subject types don't seem to share their strength against their overlord, So colonies combined will share their strength against the overlord for their subject loyalty. Vassals combined will share their subject strength against their overlord for subject loyalty. $70. Just to make it worth my while. I'm doing them a favor. This was a pirate country. We have some Italy down here. With no proximity. With control that's gonna fade away so fast. September of 48, so 2 more years to use this one. Exacerbation of export effects. The traders and merchants of our protectorate suffered a major blow to their trade when we decided to take control of the country's trade power. Their complaints about hardships this mercantile policies brought upon them has reached the ruler of the protectorate, who agrees with them and has made it clear that a relationship with them is suffering because of this. Colony of Havana loses 50 opinion. Oh, come now. Rebellious subject. Have very low subject loyalty. Where's Havana? 0%. Havana, baby, you guys love us. Receive and divert trade, minus 33. Country strength of all nations, centralization, age of absolution. Power relative to overlord. Colonial nation gives a plus 20. Subject opinion. Let's improve their opinion. If I improve their opinion, then they'll quit being such whiny babies. Okay, 10.42. Army maintenance, forward maintenance will drop. Easy there, Onyx. He still likes going on top of my computer, even with everything else. Now, Onyx, hold on a second, baby. Before you lay and sprawl even further on the computer, I used to put a notebook up there so you wouldn't accidentally press the power button. It takes more than a tap to turn the power button off, but for whatever reason, computers are super delicate when it comes to cats. The power button is right under his nose. The notebook gives a good enough weight distribution that he won't touch it to my disadvantage. Oh. What's all this? Oh, hey, Toasty, you're sleeping in there? I'm gonna just put this over here, Onyx. There you go. There you go, babe. You can lay on that. That's okay. There, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah. Just to make it more comfortable, Onyx. More so for me than for you. I still have the pet carriers open since we're pretty much crammed into this room. And Toasty is having a little laydown in one of them. So let's do save first. Should I make a separate subject here? Extraterritorial subjects. Trade company I could put down. Should I? A trade company in Egypt. I wonder why here is an option. And all the way out there. But not Europe. Not Africa. Not my colonies. I know we got some trade buildings in Tunisia, Egypt. But not spread out all the way out here. So like, is proximity part of it? Raj of Sitingur is basically that area. Has cores not owned by us on all that. So I get one little historical guy over here who will own all the who will have cores and all this. And then he could maybe make claims on it. Custom subjects. Every place but the capital. I think I'll just give this to Banton. I'm not at war right now, which is good. No valid provinces! Really? Is this too far away for Banton? For whatever reason? That is unfortunate. I know he's got boats, that's not too far away. Maybe we'll wait, and then take Palembang for myself, and then create a colony here. Could do it that way. It'll just be at low control for a bit. Oh, I got a bit of push. They're trying to block me into Peoria. There's a bit of gradient on the Cannon Empire there, that's pretty cool. My construction, Castle de Naxos, and that is it. Alpine Patriots at 96% right now. They've still only got 148 dudes, so I'm not too worried about them still. Hungary is getting very hungry with Bulgaria. You sure, Hungary, that you don't wanna... You don't join up with us? We're not at war right now. Minus 32.56. Royal marriage gives them extra. No longer coalition against Bohemia, as Italy is a target of coalition Medici's member up. Why allow them to join? They've kicked out their biggest guy because the smallest of insignificant parties joined. War of religions. Nothing's going on with that. There's... Now, it shows a lot more Protestants than Catholics. It looks like a lot on the Protestant side. But there was no taking down that Goliath. There was not a single David among them. Complaints about bailiffs. Replace the bailiff, lose prestige. Ottomans still allied to Georgia. But that's not going to be anything difficult against me. Coalition casus belli against Hungary. You've got a casus belli or a coalition now? That's entirely Ottomans and Bulgaria. So, we got 61,000 manpower. That's pretty damn good. We could take on the Ottomans now. We got an actual casus belli on them. And so if we take their capital, we'll have a ticking war score for holding the war objective. Solomensk called in their allies, and their only ally is Kiev. So why is Solomensk being called in then? Because we're only allied to Georgia. Ottoman, Smolenskian Union panel. Damn it. And that's why they got the co-belligerent status too then. They're not integrated. No policy for mutual offense. But because they're the AI, they get to join together. Will the Russians be happy with, well, he's Orthodox. So what matters if he's a Turk, right? It's okay. Georgia's not going to be a problem because he got 75 boats, he won't get through us. And there's the Ottomans' navy already. 35 galleys. Whereas we got 100 transport boats over here. And so many galleys and heavies here. Maybe I'll put one of my sons to the task. However, Taki Iskalalam, look at him. 6,400, 100. These people should be ruling, not my kids. Filippo, you do have head of cabinet, but you've only got 40, 72, 61. Nepotism. We got decent enough folks in there. Head of cabinet aside. Roberto, 50, 60, 69. We can try to get some admiralty traits onto him, but I think I'll put actual skilled admirals instead. What am I doing? Integration. Of Euboea next. I could try to integrate down here too, though. We don't have any menacing zealots or patriots or anything coming up out of Indonesia. The cloves haven't made their way on up this way yet. Giovanna, my first cousin, sure. Go ahead and marry her out. And how's my modern roads to finish this November? But maritime trade advantage, a maritime presence, shipbuilding speed, proximity cost -5, rights to the crown, and then I'll be ready to embrace a new institution. Uapore from Portugal. Damn! I had no idea that my colony was spreading so far deep. And of course, the best part is, they got... I'm going to assume they have bailiffs around here. In little spots here and there. But otherwise, they got very little proximity. And they have very, very little control. Nafana at least is decent with their control. Roanoke, that's okay. That is fine. Gaspé, not the best. This is also pretty meh. But as long as they got those lands touched for me and nobody else. Maybe it is better then to have multiple smaller colonies all over the place. A density of them for me, that way they can just build their resources for themselves and then spend every surplus to me. What's this notification? Going north after work. Visit from DM this morning. Anxiety is mixed with that and general anxiety about the apartment, feeling better after the visit, though still some. Cool. Alright. Now some like Havana here, where they got a lot of good RGOs in close concentration. That makes pretty decent sense to make just one bigger one. And it's got decent enough control throughout. But I suppose Tsushima could have been several colonies maybe. If I wanted to make full use of all this gold, all these chilies, the cocoa. So maybe I can get Havana to... I could raise her loyalty by dropping the diverted trade and start getting them to like me again, absorb them, and then do the same for Tsushima. Yeah? Made them officially part of Italy? As much as you want, and that paw of yours isn't going to hit the off button. Though bitrate is kind of unstable right now. What is with my... There we go, there we go. Now I can get it back on down here. Oh, so tiny. Some instability, just not as bad as it could be. $12,400 total drop frames, yeesh. Okay, so, do I feel ready to take on the Ottomans? Basically, I want to take this band of land over here. Not that I'll make much use of it, but I want it, damn it. $59,000 manpower. Let's wait a year more. Spies. Forget all about them. As much as the game forgot about music. There's 595, huh? We got antagonism with the Japanese already, and it's 20 for hegemon. Shared social values. We could offer them Seoul town exemptions. Since we do hold Constantinople, we gotta make sure they can get through the Straits of Bosporus there. We need favors to make them start speaking Italian in Japan. There's Goryeo capital. In Kaesong, it looks like. Okay, so we got how much for a truce with Palembang? 5 more years for Palembang? Then I think I'll go for their capital directly. We could maybe ask the Senato to give us a direct casus belli on them. That way Palembang will be not just beat them up and then take all these things, but direct war score, ticking war score. One of my co-workers asked if I heard about the apartment fire near where I live. I was like, yeah, that was my apartment. A few others, but also mine. Poor guy is getting anxious now that he's back at work. It's kind of a good thing it was me that I was at home then. He did break down a little bit when he came home, and when he came home he was fine. He was more, I guess, kind of annoyed with the road closures and all that. And then we started moving things to the car, whatever. But as it got darker, and we were packing up more of the rest of our stuff to put in the garage before the place is closed up, basically forever, had a little breakdown of his own, especially since his room is typically his safe space, and now he can't go there for a while. We got 9,000 bucks in the kitty. No offense, Onyx. One more year. I could wait one more year. Or should I even wait? Weya got locked in. Look at how fast they spread on down there. If we don't get this piece of land over here, then we can't branch on over to Matsigama. And then England and thus Canada really will have this plains area completely unopposed. You know what I could try to do is we do still have the vassals of the Pope here in Genoa and Bolu. We could take them on again. And the Pope is down here in Rhodos too. Not Rhodos, Rhodos is there. In Karpathos. The Pope is basically... He's got colony here. Colony there. He's got a little bit of land, a little bit of land, colony here, and then there they are. And a few colonies out over here also. So, I could completely remove the Pope as a European presence entirely. Is there a cardinal seat? Bishopric status? Pope Curia status? They have one cardinal. Their cardinal's gonna be all the way down here, of course. So Corinthos is nothing. "10 Cardinals France, 11 Cardinals me, then 2, 1, 1. Oh damn, hold on. 87 right now. Hey, Unknown Dark Senate. The Known Dark Senate, I mean. I'm streaming. Trying to. The Wi-Fi environment here isn't the best, but surprisingly it's holding up. How's boss? Well, Onyx is doing okay. He's taking a lounge right now on top of the computer, and Toasty is having a nap in the pet carrier down there. So the bosses are doing rather okay right now. They're relaxed, they're chilling. The boss Bohemia, I think, is going to keep me out of attacking into Europe. So as much as I want to take on more of France, as long as France is still allied to that lion there. No, Dark Senate, I'm not going to consider your D&D campaign. Especially not right now with the apartment on fire. What I think it will do is I think it is time to take the Ottomans. 33 heavy ships, 35 galleys, and they got their 35 galleys right there. Georgia, 31 galleys, 29 heavies. We could block them from coming through. Although, they could just march on over through the Ottomans if they had to. Smolensk has no boats. He would need land access through a bunch of people to get to me. And I don't think he has it. Giving military access, receiving military access from Sweden and Vladimir. So he can't reach me. Smolensk's armies cannot. So I should, emphasis on should, be safe from them. Though he is allied with Kiev. And because they have a personal union. Smolensk is going to be considered a co-belligerent, calling their allies, which means Smolensk can and will call in Kiev, who's also got no boats. 118,000 dudes, 20,000 infantry. Jeez! I could try it. He's also receiving military access from Sweden and Muscovy, so he would have to go through basically these guys to get to me. This arc of people here would have to give them military access. Either Moldavia, Hungary, Bulgaria to get to me, or this horde over here to join up with their allies in Georgia, then they could just march on over. Going back there after the fire? Maybe. All I know for sure is that currently our units that got scorched are considered red taped off. They're legally inhospitable for human occupation, and so they'll have to redo the entire wiring to bring it back up to code. There's all the other permits they'll have to go through. So I have no idea if it's gonna be just completely renovate the place and give it back to us, or put us in some other unit. Time will have to tell. The recording to the PG&E guy I spoke to yesterday, I'm supposed to receive the call at some point today for something with them, because somebody is set to meet up with me about something with the electric company, but still waiting on that call. Havana said that's 0-0 loyalty. But Havana, I've raised his happiness a little bit with me. I do have my own sources of chili now. We have our own chili, and a lot of Havana's primary stuff, as they provide chili, they provide cocoa, they provide some tobacco. Where's my tobacco? Because we're also growing more tobacco too, I'm pretty sure. Got new sources of maize, there's my tobacco. Got some tobacco up here in Sardinia, in Corsica. So, if I want more loyalty with Havana, I could cancel Divert Trade. That's an instant 31.92 extra loyalty from them. Now that I got what I wanted out of them. Speaking of which, now that I control cloves over here, we got some actual clove producing areas. Cloves of 1, 2, and 3. Could I transfer that over through the Colombian exchange? Probably not. Old World Good doesn't include the cloves from Asia. And New World is strictly the Americas. Cocoa can't go anywhere, sadly. Not a single place that I have in Europe, or the Balkans or Anatolia, in Italy, Balkans, Anatolia, or Maghreb, can grow cocoa. Though I guess I do control Cape Verde. If I wanted to put some actual control on Cape Verde, some actual infrastructure here. No proximity, minimal control. I could maybe move cocoa out here. But for now, I'm gonna try a 3-on-1 fight against the Ottomans to see if I can't blitz them by taking Bursa, and then through Bursa steal some stuff around here. We got a whole lot more forts around the Aegean, a whole lot more coastal batteries to make it harder for them to drop troops down. So, the hope is it won't be too difficult to take these guys on. No diplomat to perform this action. Next month, then. Okay, now try. War. 4. The Parliament approved claims on province. Smolensk is gonna join because of the same guy. They got the personal union. Georgia's gonna join. And because Hungary broke up with me, Italy gets to stand alone. That is a lot of red against innocent poor me. Alright. These guys. Embark. Embark. We'll go straight for their capital. Do a complete decapitation strike on them. And so the next fleet over here to find and intercept any Ottoman fleet that might come in this way. While this group over here just keeps Georgia out, make it impossible for Georgia to come through. $39,000 guys, 50,000 and no morale. This could be an awful idea because his group's all over there. And our morale is cooked right now. Maybe the smarter plan would have been go to Iznik first, and then march over. Because they got their own coastal batteries to ensure we get maximum hostile attrition and doubled up disembark time. Oh, they're moving! They're being nice and moving out of the way first. Now my guys got 0 morale by the time they get there. Okay, disconnected, reconnected for a second. Well, now it looks like that bitrate's being a bit harsh right now. Is that gonna be it for today, or are we just gonna be able to pull out at like a 3-hour stream, maybe? It's 1:38 now. What do we think, Comcast? We're looking at green again. Okay. It's looking stable. So, they do have one fort over here, and that's basically it. Then capital over here. So maybe instead of trying to do an amphibious assault over the Sea of Marmara, what would have been smarter instead is march over here, assault the city of Izmits, and then march on over, and then take Basra. Bursa, not Basra. Completely different continent. They're only losing to morale, not to the loss of life. Oh, and that way we have their capital, we have a chance of regaining some food, some morale here. And my poor ships are absolutely losing their own morale here from the constant fights back and forth. Ooh, take one look around and all this is happening. That's okay. They're in. We got a castle on every island now. So it's gonna take them ages to make any good progress there. So, let's go on the offensive then. We got these guys headed to Silivri. Caught them before they arrived. It has us. at minus 0%. Defender ticking, minus 3%. What you talking about? We got their capital. Capital that also qualifies as a war target. We've taken what the war score is asking for. Though I guess we haven't fully because this protects that. And then disconnected, reconnected again. It's getting rough. It's getting rough again here. We could just do this as a shorter thing, maybe. Since right now it's stable, but it does keep dropping on me. Okay, our poor ships here did win. Let's go ahead and just assault on here too. Did you see that? Those fuckers snuck on through in the middle of this fight here. Alright. Now let's go relieve these islands. Modern roads we got now. Cape Lecton, give me a second. Oh, we got blocked in! Oh. Lost one of my boats there. Because they still hold this coast here, and because they hold that coast there, is considered hostile to me. Samos. Nah. I mean, I guess they do have... Yeah, there's a bit of a land bridge there. Oh. You're supposed to go on the boat, dummy. I was like, why can't my boat land here? It's my boat. That's why I can't land my boat there. Because it was still selecting the people. Nobody here? They fled. The cowards fled, probably onto this boat over there. It's all 35 transports after all. We can kick their armies back into the ocean. And it looks like they want to retake Bursa. They're probably gonna, given 10 defenders. Yeah? 10 defenders is pretty easy. Let's head to Bursa real quick then. Alright. Managed to land just in time. Then let's go ahead and put some extra money onto forts. Drop some... Where's the smaller stack? 4th arm is the smaller stack. Drop some folks into garrison. Plus 840, we gain so many prisoners that fight. Plus 4,320. Damn! That is a full wipe and so many prisoners for me. And it's still only considered 6% war score. We are kicking their asses 6 ways to Wednesday. Minus 57 still. My tablet's actually charging. Now that the charge got really, really low, it's deigned to come back to life enough. Progressing sieges minus 10. Current war enthusiasm, you sure, buddy? You guys are kind of dying here. For the rest of our prisoners, we'll send these prisoner armies to Constantinople. I could slaughter them. All enemies executed. They got too much siege progress here, let's help them. Wait. Oh, they repatriated their guys, is what happened. They snuck in just in time. And of course it's gonna count that as a fight won. When it's just them, I mean, I guess it's fair enough to count that as a fight won if they recapture their prisoners. Okay, let's go relieve Samos. Again, when you embark onto the boat, flip to the boat, it's so easy. It's not a very hard concept, my dudes. We've achieved a state of affairs where very little opposition to our liberal rule remains. Our estates and advisors have stopped plotting and resisting against our course, at least for now. We can expect less resistance from now on. This is good. 10 points towards liberalism! Oh, they turned right back around. Remember when kicking an army's ass used to mean something? Also, you were meant to park the boat, you dum-dums. See, like that, right? You embark, it switches over to the fleet is embarked too. There were people there, but they're gone now. They stop retreating. What if they just want to keep on fighting me, then okay. Alright, we'll do it the fun way. What would be nice is if I selected an army like this. Several armies on the list. Just let me push a button here to embark them all. I might as well. Because I'm just gonna go through the list one by one anyway. I could do so many other mass actions, why not mass embark too? They got 2 boats remaining. Their fleet is either sunk at the bottom of the Aegean, or is part of my fleet. Georgia's, they got 24 boats still, they got 9 heavies. They got some mercenary fleets too, but they're not getting through me. Smolensk managed to come on over. Who gave them military access? We're not getting military access from anybody else. So, they just marched straight on through the hordes. February of 1650 now. Sonato was 4 years ago? So we're gonna get Sonato this year then? First, while we're in the thick of this, I rather gotta pee, so let's put on that beautiful world map again. Our Italy, our humble little Italy, spreading so far throughout the planet. And then I shall be back in a little bit. Hey, my tablet's actually charged again. And when I was out, I got one of the phone calls I was waiting for. So, roughly 3 hours from now, there'll be one thing relating to the aftermath of whatever's. So, until then, how about we squeeze in some more Europa Universalis? We got this war with the Ottomans to clear up after all. Took a few of their cities, took their capital in the war goal. And all they have taken is that. They just have Samos. Which means without Samos, I can't have Samosas. And really, who is the biggest loser now? I bet you that if I had all of my guys over here, pop onto these boats, and head on over across the sea, that these Smolenskians and their Ottoman levies will very quickly come downhill into Bursa. They're on the move. Goinuk. Oh, they're going the other way around. Do they want to relieve Izmit? Which way are they going? I think they just are. They kinda look like they turned upwards for a second, but you can't tell where the units are going based on the orientation of that. They so very often end up going the wrong way entirely. Yep. Caught him. Played them like a fiddle. Prisoners just marching over this way. You know, the rest of these Ottomans coming down to Bursa, right? They think we don't know. They think it's gonna be easy. They think they got all these guys around here, it's gonna be a piece of cake. 6th of March by 4:50 p.m. 4th of March by 4... Oh, it's 4:50 right now. So let's go meet them. They're probably locked in. And they're still coming on down this way? That's what this guys are treating then. They were coming in from Izmik. So, let's go relieve the one occupation they have on me. Everywhere else is safe. Nowhere else is suffering. 10% now. And still 27? Minus 27 even to wipe peace out. The balls on these people. This should be a done deal. I mean, how many armies do they have left? They got no boats, 29,000 guys, most is infantry. I'm slaughtering their productive population and destroying their levies. Georgia? They got 45 boats still, but it's all transport, basically. And who do we have here? How much you want to bet they're gonna turn right around instead of retreating properly? Yeah, without retreating properly. Well, now they really do have nobody then, because that was a full wipe. They still got troops. $11 guys. Oh man. 11 guys. There. You've taken their capital / war target. You've taken a little bit over there as well. Is that why they don't want to surrender yet? And not even white piece out? Because we've only got 2 pieces? Only minus 21. They're being incredibly stubborn despite the taking of their capital. Let's see. Where would I look at the, No, put you... There you go. Properly work. If I look at prosperity, every place is basically prosperous equally. What about... tax base? Every place is poor equally? So I guess the takeaway then is it doesn't matter which places I siege down, as long as I just siege down more areas. I saw that. Don't think I didn't see it. These two close together. So I guess we could just march over this way, take that castle, then the next one over. Then the next one over. They got a density of castles here. Trying to think of what would be the economical choice of sieges to do. We've got an unprotected bit over there. Unprotected bit, and then castle. Yeah. Let's just march. Because this will get a rural settlement, but then we have city and province capital, town and province capital, town over here. That'll be worth something. And all the meanwhile, they'll be marching up slowly to Bursar again. Old now. Morale is a little bit lower than I would like. We're meeting 9,600 guys at a castle. $2,000 guys loss is pretty extreme for me, for my liking. And it's only May currently. They do got some troops around here, so I expect them to come back around this way eventually. But first I gotta relieve what I got. Maybe what we'll do... Chios has a land... well, not really a land bridge, but they could just march on over this way. So maybe for the time being. Sit them over here. Have one group go over to replenish the garrisons. And then we'll sit on Chios and rebuild strength for a bit. We're gonna get months at war, we're gonna get ticking war score for us. Attacker ticking. Minus 14 still. They don't know that they've already lost. They think that they still have a chance here. Where are these guys going? I don't see where they're headed. They're going further on down. Zero morale, are they retreating? Is somebody else attacking them? Now just us. Minus 10 still. Or devils are too simple to know how much they're fucked. They took Izmit. I can't believe they would do that to me. Okay, now we're properly diminished. So let's go ahead, embark these boys. And we're just gonna sit on Constantinople for a bit. Every fort we've taken, we've made sure to press the fill garrison button. So now all we gotta do, 12,000 manpower a month spent to replenish these guys. Giovanna. We could marry Giovanna to Castile, but it wouldn't be one of ours, there's no point. County of St. Paul River. What should we do? Back the war effort, reinforcement speed, and lose war exhaustion? We have no war exhaustion because war exhaustion doesn't work in the game. Forest exploitation, lumber, 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 lumber. Promote burger, make the burgers happier for a bit. And progress towards plutocracy. Great power relations. Kingdom of France. Gains 50 opinion. We gain 5 diplomats. We've also got spies we haven't spent. Gems, amber, gold. I don't care about gems, amber, and gold. But this area could be fun to play in when I finish on my Italy campaign. Doesn't seem like there's anything I want to bash on the Sonata right now. We could sponsor cathedrals, spiritualists, nah. Support the state, nah. Nah. Okay. 10% reinforcement speed. Let's promote Member of the Burgers. We'll keep the burgers happier. Get that a maximum 100%. They're already at 98%. The burger estate satisfaction equilibrium is literally 100%. Burgers 80, clergy 83, nobility 62. Wow. Oh man, 63 gold for a cathedral in Tunis. Sure. Giving me 40% support off the bat. Contain a military revolution. Support. I like outward as it is. Give me more outward. 74%. When I only need 13% to ask for stuff. Fabricate Casus Belli. Invalid target, I bet, is because we have an ongoing truce. Because we have a truce, we cannot ask them. How about to someone nearby? Sunda? They have a tributary in Damak, but otherwise no other vassals. And Sunda does have... Oh no, they got rice, clay, stone. The clove is in Majapahit. But I guess... if we took Sunda, that would give us a land border, be easier to take them on. Could always wait for the next 5 years. Also, 100 legitimacy. Why am I spending so much on cost of court still? There. Me not paying attention to my expenses. Strengthen government is no longer as needed. How's my rebels looking? rebels are just vanishing. We've actually got melee patriots. The Alpine patriots just vanished on me. Well, guess naught else to do then. All these cabinet members. I guess if I keep this guy on strength in government, I can maintain the status quo legitimacy without having to pay as much money into it because he's already giving a plus 24. Okay. And there come some more cowards that way. Proto-industrialization. For centuries, our mines and forges have been famous beyond our borders for the high output and quality of the iron they produce. They're also unique due to the way work has been organized in these industries, but their work method could be refined by adapting recent innovations in the industries of our kingdom. 15,000 money spent to spread 10% manufactories everywhere. Manufactories are already in 78.5% of our locations. It only costs 1,000 monies and 2 stability to embrace it. I don't need to spend 15,000 monies to give a 10% everywhere. Even military revolution is down to 1887 and 3.92. Way too expensive. I'm just gonna embrace these to keep them from hounding me for it. Manufactory is embraced. What a number of technical innovations over the course of the 16th and 17th centuries have increased the output of production for some products, such as iron or cloth, to an extent. The biggest improvements of the field of production has come from the form of new forms of organization. Okay, I've read this already. Bypass ancient guild laws, inhibit mass production. Military revolution. Continuous state of war affecting Europe in 16th and 17th century. These petty warlords. That's all institutions embrace. Can anybody else boast that? Scientific revolution, the big three got it. France, Bohemia, and me. Manufactories. It's spreading, but I have dominance in it. And military revolution, of course. The hellhole of Central Europe. They're not stopping by. That flipped for a second. Okay. We built up a little 1,000 in strength. Let's go ahead and recover here. Looking tense. They actually picked off 10,000 of our guys. And they're going to consider that a victory for themselves. Karani Triahoga? Since when were you guys considering us your rivals? They're English. Evidently, I don't even think about them. Oh, 74%. I was like, what do you mean 74% war score? Since when? -8 to white peacing out. $331 guys just to siege that down. We'll get a few more guys back. When the new month ticks over. Sure, we'll marry her off to Castile. .58 prestige for us. And then little Sammy Sauce. But maybe we'll take Milas too. They come to take our most sacred liberties. They come for our every freedom. We will fight, and yes, we may die, but we'll have the chance to tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but will never take our freedom. Burgers are gonna forever be maxed. For freedom for 10 years. Army morale 10%. Cool. Actually, sit back out. We're going to march towards Milas. Get those boats out of there. They're trying to whittle me down. And it very nearly worked. Ugh. Fill up the garrison. Then replenish in Samos. Oh, I didn't get to ask for anything yet. Oh, it's too slow. Well, we're having an easy enough time now with our estates. 62, 83, 180. Maybe I'll stay with all this liberalism that's keeping them so maxed out. 100.22. Picking up so many transports off these guys too. Briggs, Cogs, Hulks. They're actually willing to acquiesce now. So let's see what I could take. It doesn't want to click this. Invalid target? There we go. It was just being dumb. Song's actually going through. 17. -1. -20 so far. The cats are scratching around at something. -20. Roros. 26. 26. If we let them have the salt town of Gelibolu, it's only -12 then. -12, -12. They don't care about these islands. But they care about Rodos. 6. Because that'll give me out of the European side almost. 20. Okay. We'll see some more stuff up if I have to. Think it'll be a while there. First of May. And how my troops looking? 90 to join. They're not doing too bad then. If those are their weakest. Didn't even have to wait for the reinforcements to come in. They got a lot of guys over here, 27,000 waiting for us. Is at their western stationing ground to rebuild their own strength. And they're sitting in rural ground there. In rural ground, they're not even sitting in a castle to defend against me. Which means every place they're around is going to fall under my domain. Margarita is shrewd. We'll give her a military education. And where do they think they're going? All we've done there is kick them out. Biga? Where's the capital of Biga? Bandirma? Where's Bandirma? Bandirma is here. Oh, I see. That's why it keeps flickering over, because it's just across from Bursa. Completely unguarded, undefended capital for their province right next to their capital. Okay, let's get back to protection then. To protection, to replenishment. Except now we have these clowns over here. We'll give them till the next month first. First of September. Complete wipe. Who's this? Wendell Blue Company or something? County Dorpat. Fiefdom of Smolensk. Alright. Sorting by war exhaustion. Everybody's got war exhaustion except... Wait. War exhaustion's at 0. Ottomans have 17. War enthusiasm. Ottomans got 10%, everybody else is alright. Even Georgia's not suffering war exhaustion too bad. Will give me all the things I want. All the rest of the lands in Europe. More islands. And that's only 59 war scores so far. We could demand that... It's only 293 to make the Ottomans a fiefdom or vassal. Annul all treaties with Georgia. We could ask for a fair bit of cash too. I'll just take the money and blow it. I'm already gonna get all this strip of land. The rest of the Aegean Islands. That sounds mighty good for me. Now our colors don't have to be too confused with each other. Which, as we know, is the important thing. Quickly embark while we still can. And now let's send these guys home. Then sent this guy back on his mission to patrol the seas. "32 locations for one very heavily laden fleet." $20,000 bucks. Okay. I want to build some more navies. Build more pinnaces. For a total cost of only 5,000. Cool. Snapchat stuff only. Okay. Strengthening government, stabilize country. Let's take it off of strengthen government because we got more places to integrate now. And isn't that integrate? Oh, these places to flop over. And all these places now in need of a new road. See, not too much of an increase in cost. To go from, where was it at? Minus 23. Let's say 24, so from 454 to 269. Just drop army and forts down, and there, 638 a month. What more do I need? Havana's up to 37.5 loyalty. Oh, Wombo's getting a bit low. But I can't transfer ivories here. Imagine if I could move elephants over. Estate constructions, training fields, modern roads. They're building modern roads for me. The burghers are so incredibly happy that they're putting all their cash on proper paved roads, potholes and everything. The chair that I was using back in the apartment might have been breaking apart. But it's nicer than this kind of also falling apart dining chair. 2 diplomats, or every neighboring country gets 20 opinion. I'll get the opinion. Dali. They got some tea in Dali. Zol Hills. Some easy tea here too. Should I go stealing for some tea time? Mr. Tiyatame? Oh, would you look at that? They're expanding into Tasmania on their own finally. Lutheran zealots actually rise it again. But at least there's only 8,000 of them who would want to rebel. A few in the Aegean, a couple up here. That's not gonna be the end of the world. If we gotta fight them, so be it. We got no exploration going. We got home here. We found the Marianas, as scrunched and lopsided as they are. We found Palau. So I'm pretty chuffed, happy, and thrilled with that. Short on tools. Angamundi is just right across. 29 distance. $63, 80, 100. Seems pretty good to me. They're short on naval supplies though, and liquor. Minus 1.38, minus what? It's not gonna happen. Need a better market for that. Una market. They have a demand for liquor, but they can get more, right? Everything but liquor. Didn't I make liquor shops for these guys? Distillers Guild, level 1. Okay, Wolna Market, where's your proper cities at? I'm glad this map mode gives so much information on where cities or settlements might be. Could just be those two then? Maritime presence higher. So how much further we got? Though, since we've already embraced every institution for this age, we could just go ahead and start grabbing stuff. We got manufactories we can get now. And maximum literacy. Oh yeah, we can integrate whole area. We could integrate an entire area of conquest, not just province by province. Loyalty of subject 5%. I guess wouldn't be the worst. Manufactories everywhere. Cabinet seat +1. Weapon manufactories. Oh yeah, they got lacquerware. We can get lacquerware manufactories. Let's do that. We'll go for Maximar Geosize, lead output, pottery to lacquerware, because lacquerware is one of the things we're lacking. Minting office gives crown power and max control. We'll go for that too. So we can get a Grand shipyard. Frigate is a light ship type. 2-decker. Heavy ship type. Zebek. Galley type. We could also upgrade our fleet. But I think we're good on fleet for now. Crown power minus 50%. Estate power from cabinet positions. And then possible government reform +1. Porcelain manufacturer we also need. So let's get porcelain after that. Perfumery? That was incense. Liquor and pepper for incenser. Okay. Number 2 power in the world. Eat that. Where's Bohemia? All the way down to number... Are they no longer the Holy Roman Emperor again? No, they are. Holy Roman Empress of Holy Roman Empire plus 125. Then why are they so far down? Why are they so far down then? Ladislao Angio. My grandkid, my little baby grandkid, we'll give him an expensive one. We'll splurge for our own kids. Pretty low control all throughout here. Let's build some expensive roads. 6,900. Yeah. Goes all my money. Proximity's not looking too bad in Italy. A little bit of mustard on the back there. Some reds over the Alps, and otherwise... Should I build an expensive road going over the Alps here? 5,000. So if I don't take Dauphine, I gotta go against the Holy Roman Empress. She's got that alliance with France still, which is wonderful. Habsburg Union. They've officially got a Habsburg Union too. Bohemia and Ruhr only. Canada no longer opposes me. Lampong Patriots, we finally got some guys down there. And melee patriots willing to oppose us? Maybe it's time to take on Palembang again. They've only got 14,000 guys and no allies still. We have a truce for the next couple of years. Ottomans for the next 5. Or are those cloves of mine? Maxed out on cloves, maxed on it, they're smart. They knew exactly what to do. And Banten really doesn't want to take any land. We can't. Very bizarre. Influential preacher. Decent stats, so he is a sinner. So I'll send him to the Pope. We got 383 religious influence now. How old am I? 42 years of age. I probably got some time left in me. We could canonize. We got very few candidates because there's very few Catholics left in our line. We've all gone Hussite. And I don't know how to convert my own king. EU5. How to convert king. How to change ruler religion. EU5. My King of England just became Islam all of a sudden too, just like IRL, ha ha ha. If you want to cheat, you can edit to save, character ID. Yeah, but if I could change my culture, how do I change my religion? How to convert my character? Ottoman campaign, ruler died heirless, my Orthodox cousin inherited, but I can't find the button to convert my character. Nation still Sunni, does anybody know? It seems like the only solution there is to change character religion is console commands. Did you make those lands fiefdoms? If your ruler is also their ruler, they have an event that can convert the ruler to their religion. Is that it then? Is that the... Man, this chair is awful. Is that the only actual solution then? I have to make a fiefdom. And in that fiefdom, if the fiefdom's Catholic, I'll get the event to become the religion of that fiefdom. So yeah, seems that it for everybody else is just console command, console command, console command. Playing as the Netherlands, my royal family all ended up as Hussites. State religion is Lutheranism. I can't seem to find a way to switch them to the state religion. Right now it's just a situation of this Hussite conspiracy controlling the Lutheran majority, which is neat but not what I was going for. It's a bit silly. There's an adopt culture option but no adopt state religion. Don't say they'd add one but not the other. Literally the exact same situation. Netherlands, Hussite king, Lutheran lands. It's fucking dumb. If you want to cheat it, it's save game, character ID. Change law to only state religion heirs. Will that change my guy's religion upon inheriting though? Because if I change to only allow state religion heirs, then sure, that's one thing. That means that any heir from then on out has to be of the state religion. But will that mean if you inherit, you have to convert? That's a different scenario entirely. Let me see. EU5 laws. Would it actually force my heir? Yada 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 yada. Heir religion law, EU5. Religious laws, EU5 wiki. Religious laws. Nature of your faith. Marriage laws. Heir religion. The ability to decide the religion of the heir holds significant importance in matters of succession and governance. Maintain religious stability. Ensures that the beliefs and practices of the ruler align with those of the majority of their subjects. And there we went disconnecting again. It definitely seems to be more prevalent in the afternoons. But hey, uptime's still good. The disconnection protection keeps working. And stable now, so we'll see. So yeah, it seems that if I change same religion for heir, as far as I can tell, that won't force my heir to convert, it will just lock people out who aren't of the same faith. Succession laws. It's no biggie. So many disloyal vassals, but at least they're mostly in the 40s and 30s. Mostly. And what disease? Measles is plaguing me again? Who am I improving on here? Havana is at 156. We'll keep him going for a bit longer. And Viet. I'm thinking that maybe, if I get them to like me enough, they could possibly allow me to build some very beneficial to me trade buildings to get access to their wealth of tea. Trading hub, good market center, overseas trading posts, trading company HQ, preferred market access relationship type. Okay. So what if I do overseas trading posts? I could build some here. They got tea down this way too. So I could build them all throughout the Great Wu too. More overseas trading posts. For all I know, it could be the more economic way than trying to colonize places. I could also put them on my colonies, which is probably smart. And then I'll get a bunch of buildings blocked, buildings blocked, buildings blocked. Well, I've also heard that counting houses are really good. Because if I put them in high population areas, like dense cities especially, that plus 33 crown power will translate to a lot of national crown power. Do I not have the counting house advance? I think that's one that I kept wanting to build, but then kept putting aside. Well, there goes an easy source of crown power then. Drought in Terra di Lavaro. The recent climate shifts have not fared for our people. The lack of rain and constant frost have destabilized the entire ecosystem. In the capital again, always in the capital, resulting in spells of drought. This is but the most recent hurdle in decades of turbulent winters. Many crops have failed and famines of frequent occurrence. The locals are understandably distraught. Many demand reparations in an effort to safeguard themselves and their families from hunger and untimely death. Let them go hungry. Oh man. I could spend 50 coin. Minus 5% prosperity and 435 food, as opposed to 652. It's a high price. So let's see, this fleet here is in charge of where? Well, that undid their mission. Let's put these guys primarily in charge of the home seas and Sardinia, Corsica. Would be an easy way to do it. And this guy over here, we'll put you in charge of Tunis, southern coast of Sicily, and these bits. This guy over here will do the entirety of the Adriatic, as much as I can do. And you, Palo, will patrol around this southern bit. Hey, Hordian! Welcome to you, Hordian. How's it going? There'll be some overlap, but that should keep maritime presence good in most of the places here. What color is my empire? It is a very olive green, I think. It used to be a more attractive Neapolitan blue, and now it is green. Will I finish my campaign when I run out of green crayon? Maybe. There's only 200 years left in the game after all. I was hoping to finish this by year's end. Though, the apartment catching fire did steal a couple of days out of that. Yeah, only. Unlike Crusader Kings 2, where I'm doing character by character stuff, and so I'm playing at probably a medium speed. This game, I'm coming to learn, is one that you basically play at max or near max speed. And it did catch fire, yeah. When I first moved into the apartment, the property management company at the time, Mind, was very dodgy. And so, as soon as we rented from them, I knew the place was a fire trap, it had to happen eventually. And so when the new property management company bought our apartments last year, they were like, oh my goodness, what's all this? Everything they saw was horrific, you know. The appliances were really weird, the apartments were really weird. And so for the empty units, a whole lot of last year and early this year was them going through and updating as many apartments as they could. And part of that is that the electric company had to come in and do a lot of work over the year, updating as much of the really dodgy, who knows how obsolete electricals that Mind left behind. And so, you know, there was a planned outage on Tuesday. Knew it was going to happen, that they were going to do some planned outage to work on some stuff. And it just so happened that when they worked on the stuff, on like the transformer or whatever, boom, what I thought was dust coming from the work outside was actually smoke coming from inside my own apartment. But, you know, the good news is, everything's gotta get rewired, so everything's gonna get upgraded anyway. You almost got incendiary with the apartment you lived in because your father helped you install the gas. The clamp you screwed was tight, but his wasn't. Oh no. Had to pay to repair the door because the fire department kicked it open. That's one benefit. I was actually at home the day that the apartment caught fire. And our apartment unit is basically the thing that blew up was here. And then my apartment is right there, lucky me, ground zero. But the two units on our end and the two units on the back end caught fire. The electricity's funny like that, and the units in the middle were untouched. But one of the units at the far end that was on fire, they weren't home, so fire department had to kick their door in. Which was a good thing because they had a cat in there, so their cat got out, got rescued. But, yeah, that night when we were done moving everything out, so the on-site maintenance manager guy had to get some plywood to basically board up the doors of the units that were going to get repaired, but with the doors kicked open, they couldn't just lock the door. One of the benefits of me being home is on top of being able to rescue our cats. And, you know, throw the doors open. Throw the doors open so they didn't have to kick my door down, they could just lock it while we're out. So, we'll see how things go. You have to go to your parents' house to fetch a key for the apartment, then go there to lock the door. I got my workout for the year, because even though we have the privilege of being able to lock the door, the place is basically condemned. It's condemned until they can redo all the wiring and get all the permits done to make it suitable to the city and state that this is a domicile that is suitable for human habitation again. So, at first we were told to, you know, just get your essentials for a couple of days. But as we started hearing more and more that was being whispered and said between the police and fire department and the property management general manager who came by for the fire, is that grab essentials for a couple of days very quickly turned into these places are getting condemned until we get them back up to code. And so that turned into, okay, fill up the car with our stuff, to okay, fill up the car with our stuff. and fill up the garage with as much as we can fit into that because we are not getting back into this apartment for who knows how many weeks? Hordian, weird question. This is America. Of course it's rented. Imagine buying out individual apartment units. What is this, civilized country? We put the equivalent of years and decades of mortgages into a unit, and we don't even get to own it in the end. Wealth extraction from the bottom up, baby. Would it be easy to move? Like I said, we'll see. Moving is a whole process of its own, since... Oh. You basically have to pay to apply to places, and... You know, you're kind of hoping that there's units available and they aren't even shittier. Not everyone asks for a whole 5,000 deposit, but mine did, so we got like 5,000 on this place. I don't have the cash to put like hundreds or thousands in deposit to the next place over. Right now I'm crashing with Mom. And I'm sure there is an option to be housed temporarily, but I was too busy actually moving all of my stuff out to talk to like the Red Cross people while they were there for disaster relief. Since, you know, no electricity when the apartments got fire, and winter, so sun goes down early. So, we're gonna see what do, you know? We'll see what the state of things is going to be, what the arrangements are, what things look like moving forward. My hope is that maybe that deposit I put down could be more guaranteed. Maybe either they put us into a vacant unit, or if we go back to the same unit, maybe it'll actually be renovated. Since, like I said, when the shitty property management company sold to the current property management company, the new property management company renovated all the empty units. But of course we're living in ours, so they never got around to renovating ours, so... you know, we might actually get lights that are greater than dim. And, electricity that isn't a fire hazard. One could hope. So that's where they're hiding their tea. It's all inland. It looks like it's in mountainous areas. Very far away from my armies to steal. NFT Hordian. Hordian, I'm sorry to say that I do not have my NFT gear on me. I'm sure we do have yellow post-it notes somewhere in the house, and 0.5mm mechanical pencils, but I knew somebody was gonna redeem it. And, I'm sorry to say that the actual NFTs are on pause. My yellow post-it note NFTs will have to wait for another time. But if you like, we could bookmark it for later. I can disable them, but I figured this way somebody's going to ask. Let's see, free trade, how much further can I push it? Free subjects, free trade. Cannot push further than 16.32. Well, I think I'll keep it as is, though. Yeah, I do owe you one NFT. That's what I mean by we could bookmark it for later. You can tell me what you like, and at some point, I'll get around to it. Okay, Tunis. Who's putting stuff in Tunis? Castile. Castile wants to horn in on me. Maritime presence to owner, trade advantage to owner, trade capacity to owner. They're after my stuff. Okay, what if I block their buildings? They don't hate me right now, but I can block building in our territory. Look at how... He's got a face. I don't know how to describe it. It's not a bad face, but I wouldn't call it jovial either. 5% daily interest? Nah, this is frozen assets for the time being. You know what, let's get that extra cardinal. Cardinal seat. And where should we put it? Someplace with high population, right? Tunis? Cardinal seat in Tunis? Genoa doesn't have a cardinal seat, nor Milan. Constantinople? Let's put one in Tunis, kind of cement our control over this area. Not like we'll lose Tunis anytime soon. The Pope has rejected our request to grant... So I do gain my religious influence back, at least. Cannot do this again until next year. It's because the Pope hates me, isn't it? Just because I took so much of the Pope's land out of Italy. And, the Pope's only presence in Europe now. He directly holds the island of Carpathos. He's got a couple of vassals here that seem to be under attack. The First Egypt-Rome War. So, Egypt is going to finish them off and kick them out of Europe. And so now they got a few colonies in South America, a few colonies in Africa, and there they are. That's the Pope. The Pope's over here on the Central African coast now. There's not even a Pope. The Pope's died. That's their regent. They're choosing a new Pope now. And the Papal States, for whatever reason, hates me now. Improved relations, 67, minus 0.99 yearly. Antagonism, 329, from 174 antagonism. We share a common language. Even though they've been kicked out of Italy, they still speak Italian. Let's improve their opinion again. By 41.81 over time. They hate us that much. So maybe we won't be getting the Pope to like us anytime soon. Carlo Angio, is this another grandkid of mine? No, my direct son. 66, 46, and 67? So, royal marriage. We could marry you off to the Kingdom of Alba, the Grand Principality Muscovy. That's still their queen directly. She's still very much single. Nobody wants to marry into her. Her stats kinda suck though. Who could we marry among the nobility? 17 and higher. And stats also, mostly middling. Okay. I guess we could marry a European every once in a while. Mayuri Piast. From Kingdom Alba. Gives you an extra 4.19 prestige. And some extra mutual trust, since we are marrying each other's kids to each other. Okay, an extra diplomat. Where to get now? The Lukastan filled things up. Grains, livestock, inland salt sources. Next June. Next June and this truce expires. So, we could wait for the Senato 2-3 years from now, and then see if we can get a Casus Belli for Palembang then. They're still gutted. They've only got half the army they did before. Lupa Sulg and Majahapit would both be co-belligerents. And we weren't smart enough to get a Casus Belli from the Senato because I let it expire. Claim throne Casus Belli on Alba. What about the trust we just got with each other? Exiles in country of Savoy, how dare they? Tunis, is it time to go against you again? Their capital is unprotected. And Tunis has 11,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, 2,700 artillery. We could take them on. Their boats also do not compete against us. They have allies. They are still allied to Morocco. So maybe not yet then. What do we have? We could import. What's this? Cloves from Bordeaux. Bordeaux's got cloves too. What's our current trades? Cocoa, chili, tobacco. gold, pearls, amber, ivory. If we have cloves next door, we should be importing them. They're probably coming by way of the cloves we've captured here anyway. And my population do need them. So what if I free up some automation to get some of this into me? There. Some cloves coming my way. Oh man, we got a map on the St. Helena. St. Helena, not owned by anybody right now. States giving us Costa Guyana, which I could have explored ages ago but never did. Because we had the land around it. Who needs a coast directly? We also know nothing of the Antilles. Also, 25,000 ducats. That has burning a hole in my pocket. Proximity looking kind of mustardy over here. But it could be worse. Maximum control. Lots of zeros, ones, threes. There's not looking too bad up here, but could be better. What about? What about for now? It's been 5.5 hours. What if I called it here? And we'll decide what to do another time. Yeah? It is, after all, first day back from fire. There goes my mug. Which is thankfully very big and very durable. So, I'm gonna call it here for now. We'll see if we do weekends. I do want to try to rush this campaign and finish by year's end. But we'll see. This chair is kind of rough on every single part of the body below the neck. But for now we have a couple of options to raid into. We got MP on, now we got Schubert on. A little bit of Killer 7 versus some games from Steam. Let's go see what MP has picked up from the Steam sale. Yeah? And I'll catch you guys around another time. Stick around for the raid, say hi to MP. It's a pleasure seeing you folks back after the couple of days it's been. So you all take care of yourselves. Catch you guys next time. Take care.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ雲の走ろう新しく雲の 輝こう強く